今日もゲームがやれるぞ。えーっと、続きからで自動的にやってくれるのか。やってくれてるな、多分、これは。と、そう、これ、情報見てないことに気づいたんだよな。今のところ結構百科事典は便利な気がするんだよ。でもやっぱ一番実利がありそうなのは演劇かな。サイコパス。いや、嘘が見抜けるようになるはこの類のゲームで重要すぎないか。充電コードが抜けてる。な、これレベル上げちゃいけなさそうなんだけど。壁とおしゃべりできるようになっちゃう。 レベル上げたことによるデメリットってマジであんのかな。あってもおかしくない。薬の耐性が上がる。結構なんか上げたら面白そうな技能は多いな。知覚も便利そうだよな。無機物と話せるようになるスキル多いな。今じゃないな。後で見よう。気になるのはこれなんだよ。思考からのボーナスって、ここに書いてあるやつだけかな。 外す必要もないだろうからこのままでいいのか。才覚がマイナスだけどズボン履いてないのは問題だしな。まあ上がるもんもあるからこのままでいいだろう。メガネもまあ今はいいや。こんなもんかな。あと一応タスク確認するか。まあこれはやりたい。これが進んでないのか。はいはいはい。やることが多いな。
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. See you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
とりあえずはこんなもんでいいだろう。もう夜が遅いな。
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my... Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself.
これ以上は特になさそう。あとはまあもう戻るだけか。
You're back before the cargo container.
重いな。
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads...
If you must. But please hurry. We have...
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair.
Why did you take that? Fine. But let's move. I don't want to be seen snooping around here.
これはどうやっていくんだ。この下は降りれない。 の辺のも読みたいけど今じゃない。
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, sliding out hundreds of and the same materials. You already went through all of these. The drawer.
人がいる。セーブしとくわ。
Your body betrays your degeneracy.
なんだこいつ。
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me. You have succumbed to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
Yes, Al-Ghul.
He means alcohol.
I doubt it. My microcephalic race, so... No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning. Begging for help. Attempting to pass fear for cooperation. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, you dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the you will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you.
めん
When
ど
you
くせえ
are
やつだな。
gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al-Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the art.
You could internalize Measurehead's race theory.
おう、なん
It
か
would enrich you rhetorically. The best idea.
成功したぞ。
Don't be vulgar. white or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront International Capital, which is something your race naivistic communists never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic. Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up from rock and roll songs? Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon
こいつら雨の
but
雨の
what
中
is
突っ立って
done
顔
is
つき合わ
done.
せてだいぶ長文語り合ってるな
I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race. The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. We are the future. That is all you need to know. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulumbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the gray mass on No. I have heard about it on the radio. I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just irreversible. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with. Think upon it.
I don't think anything about this. We are...
Your pedomorphic friend is right. You should leave here with your tail between your legs. Racists are generally not very good examples of their race. I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions.
結
One
構要求
thing,
されてんの
however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, his earlobes could be small.
喧嘩売ってる発言できるな
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby.
ひど
This
いよ
is not craniometry, just an observation. It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al-Hul. From what remain of your features, I can... This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal, an offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur-la-Clé and Vesper, and possibly even the degenerate. Your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all Revacholians. Your parents and their...
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk.
電
It's
気
so
科学
scary
よ。
when people are sober. He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup.
He had nothing to do with it. Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
結構いけるぞ、72%。
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education? Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible. A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet, little green you know them by the names of their nation states.
Mahoon is a derogative term for first world people of Gotvoldian descent. They do not all have eczema. Also, people of Katla. In some municipalities of Oranje, people do wear shoes made of wood to street parade.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassels and...
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good sartorial choice for this century.
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteor, the other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi, as proven by the Maun and the Mesk. Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Simonese and the Areopagite are on the ascent. The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Simonese inhabit the sun. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ilmaran deserts. The Simonese are descendants of the Areopagites. We came here during a heroic. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since this. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite, or Sime. Type B are the unheroic races.
The Khoikos of
こいつの会話、 時間が。
Chess et al. Are what you would call white officer in a suspect description.
Yes, to an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a hand sandwich. But look into their eye, pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and the Khoiko, the countless micronationalities au grade, are all inexplicably obsessed.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Semeno-Areopagite superstate will cover the entire remaining planetary. Its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Simonese and Areopagite stock, elected by the Revacholians halfway between Type A and the racial cauldron. Too mixed to know, right?
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over, like a fever dream of skin, hair, and bone. Wake up, naive Chespius. The revolution came to Ravachol from Gra, in Zarath ridden potato carts. It is lit, the revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary prion condition passed from the Koikot. Enough of Tibet mediocrity. Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a the mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriage.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right. You have misunderstood. Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Simino Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site. The Koiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists, this will never happen. The Simonese and the Koiko may have similar interbreeding, but enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of Type F. Were there any able-bodied races you understand nothing? To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the... You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss.
なんかもらったんだけど。
Basholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
演劇が下がる。まあやってやるか。で
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
あげられるの。何あげようか。内陸帝国はやばいやつだからあんまあげたくないよ。演劇好きだけど1個あげたからなんか別のやつがいいな。電気科学。この辺悪くないよな。視覚か反応速度いいな。視覚上げるか。
We should take care of that then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
帰るか。リスト。小銭拾うぞ。体力回復。どこに行けばいいんだろう。帰れないんだ。
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward a silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philip III. As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece. Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart, someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution, but the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement? If we connect every bullet hole in Martinez to the murder, I've made a note. Don't hold your breath.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national, not just any nose candy though. We're talking royal Philippian blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays. And that's what the revolutionaries said 150 years. Cocaine. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms. Beneath the cold waters of a group of marble pleurons still surround the king's vandalized tomb. A deathly cold wind sweeps up candy wrappers and old news. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue, if the communards had more time. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals designed. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. Neither do people in Martinez. The statue has proved to be Philip III, the squanderer, however, not that he ever did in life either.
この像がなんか関わってくることがあんだろうか。一応あっち側にも行けると。広。肉体装置がある。演劇か肉体装置か。いやでも演劇の方が欲しいかな。気に入ってるし。
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to the photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. No response wherever this woman is.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Why? I just told you why.
キムがいるときは無理って感じかな。
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles. Their logo is the bloodless rose.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, magnesium, and
回復か。
I don't know. Let's see. I don't really know what hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. No. Sorry.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Duramine heals plus.
Saint Baptiste. You know, Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like, you need a bag, I guess. We used to have. Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are.
What is what? If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
インコートね。
Welcome to
ジャケットは足りて
Feel
んだよ。
free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got like.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you. She pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods. Her shoulders tense. She shuffles. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic heart.
I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra tea makes it funky.
The story goes that normal fritta with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken.
You mean this? This is Pop Star.
Looks like it also has something called
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't...
She looks up from under her.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know really long. I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us.
Okay. Uh-huh. Reality.
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher. Can she answer the classroom question?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15. Yeah, that's why I'm working my arse off in Frit. So I guess I don't know. What about it? We're in Frit as mankind.
What will her essay prompt be?
In a good place. I mean, science is doing great, and this radio computer thing, see, I don't know.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still. It's apparent the clock...
When ordinary people take over. Yeah, it happened like 50 years our government? Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish this article. Cool. Is this about the questions again?
A colourful display. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into there. In
視覚もダメかもしれない。
glass.
だいぶ
All in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine,
全身アル中人間かも。
alcohol, love, alcohol.
Guess not, no.
Good thing you're an unrecovering.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Know this. You will never finish your alcohol quest if you don't buy beautiful alcohol.
威力減るんだけど。今そんな場合じゃない。
The pale age vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, but you know.
Don't worry your pretty little head about it. Let's...
I mean, I already said it'd hurt you.
Substances give powerful bonuses to your main stats at the cost of damage to your health or morale. Cigarettes raise your intellect while damaging your health. Use medication, like Nosifed and magnesium, to counteract the negative effects of substances. Note, consuming substances can have...
No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
いやでも今金貯めないといけないしなんか売れるかなって思ってきたんだけどそうでもないな。出てくか。自分の家に戻りたい。ホテルに戻りたいんだけど。帰れないんだけど。帰ってこれたわ。 こに繋がってたんだ。へえ。
Hello again, officer. How are things? Excuse me? Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I don't know anything about that.
Pig is a widely...
No need to worry, we are not...
Okay. Well, I did it. I'm a nighthawk.
There's a little meanness in that smile.
Yes?
Hello again, sweetie.
ここじゃないんだっけ？バルコニー。
The worker is in a deep slumber. There is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
Why the yelling, man?
Looks like a Sao descendant. A lot of Sao dock workers around.
Wait, what? I was just slaving. What do you want, officer? Thank God, no.
The worker stares at you.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir. That's the name of my...
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
How's it going? Haven't you noticed what's going on outside? Good. Then you understand the gist of it. For one, they got it. Measurehead's got it.
The way he says Measurehead implies ultimate trust in this head reckoner's physical prowess.
筋肉に反応する。
We are the workers, the union. Okay, I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. Yeah, what about it? You know, people die here every day. If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it I can tell you that.
You have a pretty solid feeling that the man's not just mouthing off. He's strong, but even he has reasons to be cautious here.
They say your guy was a killer. Your tree
He
man. He has friends, same as him, killers. Everyone. It's a local.
Meaning, you're not gonna get more out of it. It was probably his colleagues from the union.
You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod. So union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even sleepy hair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective.
Indeed. Help yourself to knocks you right out when you drown a bottle or two.
The dock worker doesn't answer.
話が聞けたの。
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see...
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container.
Thank you anyway.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my stuff. I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. Yes?
なるほど。
You see a heavy steel.
コックがいなくなってる。まあもうこんな時間だしな。こんな時間までこの店にいんの。こんな時間までいる場所か。
The door is closed.
Yes? What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? There's no reason to wing it. 3 days ago, the RCM emergencies desk received a report about During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. Okay then. Was there anything else you want? Good.
バルコニーで自分の部屋には入れない。ああ。どっか席につけたりするのか。貸してみるか。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Alright. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the...
The dashboard lights up with like a leopard waking from its sleep. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, and
there she is.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all. You catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. In the middle of a broken plaza, illuminated in a cone of light, two men, one slim.
Ah, Martinez at night. Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
There are many of them, and they are. The first row has 18 dots. Not bad for what? The next is the longest. It runs all. You count 216 perforations. Considering that nice, large number, a wave of pride washes over you.
116、216を一気に数えられる。
The last row has 3 perforations. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. Son, here is where we score your life.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth? Fair point. This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Wow, more than 200.
200以上解決。
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
That's right. A killer of humans.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, there are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do have, but it seems as though you are, or
He's sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved you're competent.
Everyone has their own method of coping. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Anything's better than annihilating yourself with drugs and alcohol. Yes.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
まあまあ、ちょっとずつ埋めていこう。殺した人数3。はあ、スーパースター刑事1。なんだ俺は。
You can now see your statistics on your journal page.
で、これがしたいんだが俺は。
Yes?
response. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even. A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me? What about what I have been through, huh? You're not the god...
Literary demotion. That's the worst.
Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here. Not until you bring me...
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use.
Oh, Lieutenant. We're done here.
なんか、ピッキングしろって言われる気がする、俺。言われんだろう。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
I have something here we could sell.
Transporting
金になるもの。
Regular people just call it the cage. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled.
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know there are...
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks...
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier. Yes, there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest
あ、そっ
Roy
ちで売れるの
appear in
か。
your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to...
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
まだやってんのこれ。
Fuck, does Kuno care?
あ、無理だ。
Kuno doesn't.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind.
どっちにしろ吐くと。生々しいよ。
Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls until a pool of vomit lies. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit and bits of shish kebab.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making these worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can handle the headache, some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the... If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
なるほど。高っ。これで酒が買える。
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Maybe more than 12. No. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth. 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. 2. Standard work boot. 3. Hobnailed work boot. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. You don't know. It's a miracle. 5. Another standard work boot. 6. An aberration. Light as air. Even pace. Same make of boot, but number impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. But the imprints are twice 8. And yet another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an
How many? I was pretty
4
off.
億に。
I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? $200? Could it be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say,
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows. You have a point there. Anyway, it's something to consider. What else can you see? Interesting. Let's name it the odd soul. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer? No, it's not. Forget this. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is... We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a A woman? Or a kid? Okay.
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
Understood. Anything else? A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction.
Indeed. They all stood in... Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over. The lieutenant's eyes narrow. He's...
Either way. What else?
Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights.
Ah, いろいろ分かったな。タスク。塩をもらうか。
Hello again, officer? Sure. I'm done with them. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
持ってるだけでいいか。
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
まだ無理かな。8% だし。と。監禁してこよう。バルコニーってあそこかな。いや、まあとりあえず監禁か。電気価格は悪くないけど大して変わらんだよ。
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crash. You pull on the lever, nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal, some other way.
金曜日の朝まで。
Isn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday? Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an... Oh yeah, The print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him, smells like worn cotton with a side of...
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed teas, but this one was just pure exemplar. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I'm a fan. Most people don't think that the man from Helmdale really existed. But, I mean, even if the man from Helmdale didn't...
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north.
It's for the best, because Helmdale, his theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity.
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I deal in goods, not services.
弱っ。いや、弱くはないか。権威マイナスにはちょっと痛い気がするな。まあ、いらんわ。
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among the light pole, has been carefully cut, and the wiring, this would make quite a statement in your living.
Yes,
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
It was brought to me.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
700 real.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
The light has undergone 3 transformations. Well, there are the cost of removal, and the most important transformation is the light's place.
Okay, that checks out. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
They're not all blue. These figurines also...
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles.
You're probably talking about the... I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Maybe.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse. A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations. Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey, you. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too? So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is, you keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket. literally murder all. Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism? Failure. It's about failure. Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion reals in the hands of an you against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world fell. Matter fell to bed. Now get to work, comrade. Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready. Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few.
なんかよこされた。アンロックってどうやるの？スキルポイントか。釣れることさえできない。なるほど。
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold, and just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seattle. If police work means playing tapes, sure, you can use it. Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres.
売るか。
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away.
Photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged by the medical establishment.
I do appreciate it.
なるほど。そんなのが。
It's not often that I see it. What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through here. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me
entertained. He might be high. If he is, on what?
Oh.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky, a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
薬に対する執着が始まってる。
I've had to take it, you know, since the People's Pile cleanup. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too.
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service, releasing radioactive waste into River Esperance. A primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile. Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued work on it. Needless to say, things didn't work. An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion. Both the faulty design and...
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized. Tried to help.
On the patch, gamma radiation.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened. So much disappointment. And early deaths. Cancer. No one's. Everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then, so I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I like the theory more than the story.
Yeah. You gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
You said you'd done it before, yeah?
The lieutenant steps away, pretending he won't be your knock, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
Here you go, man.
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government ordained
とうとう手に入れてしまった。
into your gut.
とうとう。
Of course.
ああ、実物が。
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
What? Sold? This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it. Truth be told, she was terrified.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? Yeah, it's not good. I do hope we manage to clean this mess up somehow, while also keeping our focus on the murder investigation.
My apologies of...
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You'll just have to hope Everard wasn't lying.
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday. Looking like they're just taken off their world. They went their way. It was a trip.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
People as oleaginous as Everard seem like they're lying, even when they're really being truthful.
Of course. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any question. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery.
He doesn't know anything.
演劇有能。
No one likes to see what you have to see every day. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-mesque banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you.
Thank you. Here's the 60 real you need for your bill. Do not.
全部はくれなかった。
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being...
Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
「これ売っていいのかな?」大した値段にならん。まあ今金に困ってるわけじゃないし売らなくてもいいんだが。まあ金に困ったら売るか。
Another time, perhaps.
그래. (さすがにこの時間だと人は少ないな。
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
お、スキルが。これでアンロックできるわけね。まあ、アンロックの方がいいかな。今のところ上げたいやつ。ああ、でも耐久あると済むのか。耐久上げてもいいな。死体をなんとかしたいしな。
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
結構いい値段すんね。 結局バルコニーは無理か。
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we
はいはい、
should
これ
discuss
でい
our
けるわけね。
progress on the investigation.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM? I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my
きっちりしてるな。
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit, below.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day. Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hanged man. So we didn't even inspect, but we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great. It's not my job to evaluate your methodology, officer. I'm just going through the facts. As for the interviews, we conducted an interview with Everard Clare. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
Well, we will have to work through that. Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief. That's normal. It's best not to give it too much thought. We didn't talk to the Wild Pines right. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run about. You gotta stand up pretty close.
こんな時間まで。
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebachel Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Rebachel. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in the watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. The coalition government and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
ほぼ本読んでる気分なんだけど。
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
For you, she is something painful, though it's hard to say why.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner.
自分の頭の中での解釈が多彩だな、おい。
Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
いや、いろいろ語ってくれるね。人格が語ってくれるの面白いよな。
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen. Do you? No. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over. The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The loop, an aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks. The jurisdictions of our two precincts. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
キムは本当にただただちゃんと仕事してるやつだな。キツラギって言った方がいいか。まあどっちでもいいな。でもまあゲーム内でキツラギって言われることの方が多いからそっちにするか。
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
とりあえず死体を下ろしてやりたいな。また明日。それじゃ。
The window stands broken in its frame. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after night.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
勝った精神向上よ。決められるんだな。強くなれる。理由を知れる。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure.
はい、失敗。まあまた手先が器用になってからやろうな。おやすみ。
The bed is cold. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
選択しろ。
Smells of alcohol and sweat and grease. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images.
これをなんだ。 自分。
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head, like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
本当に体力記録回復するか、あの睡眠。
Good going, buddy. Yes, wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You don't know? You don't know? Some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. It always does. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like... It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to detect. Ready to go to war against the world. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired. Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
もう部屋でお薬探しする羽目になったのが選択肢によっては。あいつはもう先に起きてそうだ。起きてるだろうな。
The door is closed.
あれが組合員か。
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men here. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the managers. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. Everything points to the dock workers union. The tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head.
He's not exaggerating about that mortal danger. Just calmly factoring it in. Your fists clench and your pulse rises uncomfortably.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them. Continue with our...
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place.
まあやるけどセーブしてからだな。体力があるうちにやっときたいし。
Can I help you?
Just a moment.
She's agitated. judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge.
And there's no public phones near.
The closest phone booth is down the coast.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into.
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent.
おかんもなかなか便利だよ。
When you look around, you're still in the whirling in red.
You have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a but they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to...
The water lock? That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie, Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him. Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation...
Yes, some left-field scientific research.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his... Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yes. A zoo...
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize...
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
余裕がある。
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
機微がわかる。
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. One specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline. But you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle. Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair. Usually.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds. You know, we'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow. By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident. And he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Ah, yes. Phasmatodia. A diverse group of...
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this hence its name the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering...
There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciated the creature's name.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with...
It's not made up, officer. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper. Of course, most Phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description...
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian Phasmid. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
少年に戻ることは失敗したか。発生が月曜日なだけか。もうちょっと待とう。いや、すぐ使ってもいいな。耐久上げて死体を下ろしてやるかどうかって感じだな。5あればまあいけると思うけど。あ、でももはや伝説か。まあでもまめにあげておくか。
Another thing. Great. I love... What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried, he was lynched. What? Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers. Who told you that? Fine, yeah, it looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can forward them. Yes?
The man ponders his cooking utensils. He looks up at you. Then, shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Horse need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very... Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg. He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he smiles and nods enthusiastically, and chattering away in his language, ladles some brew into a small thermal cup, then hands it to you.
酒が手に入ったってことは。
You see a heavy
酒だ。セーブしよう。
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
マジ?
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Could this be the Miss Beaufort that Easy Leo mentioned? The one Mr. Everard sent to law school?
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy.
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes, in the way she stands, in her face.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men. Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one. What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress. Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. No one is emotional here. Do your job. Ask your questions, then leave.
だいぶ剣飲んだ。まあセーブしておくべきか。こまめにな。
This is where you say your bed.
Detective.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that won't.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match. Starting from the right, boot size 44. Long man, in his 30s, overbearingly masculine.
いやー、便利だよな。
Sitting on his right,
知性
standard
が
working boots,
知性関連
size
の
45 or 46.
スキルが輝く場面多いよな。
Probably mid-50s, smoker, quiet. Across at the other table, hobnailed working boots, size 43, gang tattoos, Mesk or Sarah Mauritian, in his late 30s, early 40s. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock quarter.
百科事典何でも知ってる。
Hard to say what else. The ink is fading. And then, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick, wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, and numerous scars, a little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? On his neck. Forget it. It's not. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy, boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
視覚計算だけで大体絞ったんだけど。
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions.
4秒でやったのこれ。
Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End. You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
怪しすぎる。
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
ってことはもう撤退してもいいってことだ。あんたがやったのかっていう質問に何か意味。いや、でも聞いてもいい。いや、絶対何か言われるわけでもないし。でも喧嘩売ってるだけだよな、これ。まあ、引くか。あ、でも尋問書終わってね。セーブして聞くわ。
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck.
As he speaks, his fists contract, going through the pulling motion again, savoring it.
Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why our prints are all over the scene. Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy boy without arresting all Hardy boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
「会話の主導権握らせてはならん」って言われてるから、タイタスの方に行くべきかな。
Who do you fucking think does?
Titus, no one was thinking
that there's any question who's the leader. That's how he would have ended it. Titus won't let him.
No, no, no. Fuck no! The big dick is right here, asshole. You're looking at it. Right. Fucking here.
こいつ。
Disregard the outburst, officer. None of the boys have any comments on their power relations. That night, they acted as one. That's all.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out alive.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Kohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara. Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
あ、ちょっとギリギリでクソ。
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean the representative for Wild Pines? The shipping company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think?
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our—
This one has a distinct style. He puts so much whiny emotion into everything he says, it's hard to see if he's lying. But he could be.
Actually,
they're admirably, surprisingly, the entire room. Given how many questions you've got their way. Well, this one, but he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Like what, copper? How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
この手の脅してやっていいかな。いや、今そこまで物騒にするべきじゃないだろう。
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
ステフリによってはめちゃくちゃ手際よく話進められたりするんだろう
な。I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time? I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International. The cold look in her eyes speaks louder than words. She is not amused. It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. Definitely.
いいことができる。さあ、だいぶいろいろ話が進んだ気がするような。まだ無理っぽいよな。吊るされた男もはや伝説。殺してやりたいわ。 ちょっと見に行ってみるか。
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
ゴブゴブ
The
になっ
body
てる。
below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell.
セーブして。
There he still is, looking right through you. You crack open the ammonia
成功した。
and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your eyes squinting, you stand.
They do after 7 days, yes.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably delicate and fragile. They feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique, A6. That's not just any notebook. It's a
どうでもいい、どうでもいい。
It's clearly some manner of super armor, or future armor. Super future armor? I'm useless.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might.
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal coil. Yes, bullets will fly. They always do. And the coil is fleshy and mush and permeable. Cast it in ceramic shell.
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
Clearly, Kuno would like to interject something here, but there's not enough for him to hold on to.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
By catching, do you mean let's not log them as evidence? Let's steal them? Mm-hmm. It means disciplinary hearing.
The lieutenant nods often. It's part of his unplastic expression range, communicating both professionalism and sarcasm.
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same. I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. Suddenly, your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch.
急になんか筋肉動かしたくなってんだけどこいつ。
Your fist connects to the boot with the same ding. The sound does not appear to get louder. The only difference is a barely audible click underneath. Sounds like the end of a long dice roll.
Did you hear that? A click? This is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads the incoming energy horizontally, from plate to plate. When the plates connect, there's a click. That's
faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These are like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials. Like if trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-section. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections. The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100, 1000.
Good. Can you read it to me?
X5415 6745 67.
おい、意味のない嘘をつくな。
Let's lie.
レッツライじゃん。ちょっと待って。なんか衝動で殴ってみたら結構話が進んだんだけど、調子に乗り始めたな。
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
You're about to pull his head off.
Do it, Homo!
Pull his head off. There's no point performing an autopsy if you do. We'll have compromised the coroner's case.
Indeed. From this angle, it does look like the neck isn't going to...
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? How many clothes do you need? There's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots.
You're sure there's a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around. The anticipation makes you crack your fingers. Feels nice. Nice and cracky.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fights. Should we continue?
いや、まあ欲しいなとは思ってたけど、本当に手に入れられるのか。しかも結構めんどくさい手順を踏んで。
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under six-rotor airships.
何でも知ってる。
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. Right now, everything seems to fit their confession. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin.
Of no nation that I know of. If anything, it reminds me of religious illumination, last or penultimate century.
The pattern does not stir patriotic or religious sentiment in you. What it does is speak to the wounded, limping animal, the male in particular, unable to communicate in anything more than grunts.
So am I.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster under his arm. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears, some sort of camera.
A Trigger Sunshine Mini.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices, primarily projectors. The camera before you looks familiar somehow.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside.
変わらずやばいな。
The death's head
無
grin
機別
has
と話そうと
passed.
してる。
What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
相変わらず物と話そうとするな。成功してしまった。話しかけてくる死体が。
Into the wild pale yonder. In the past, way out in the west. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, Cobbo. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. You fucking love questions. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Coming right up, copperoonie Rooney. This is getting upbeat now. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No, you're not a Harry either. You're a motherfucker. That's who you are. Rooney the motherfucker. Because you have love, did me in, brother Copo. It was love all along. Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eyes, standing here. Why are you investigating my murder? I am all you have. Then you truly lost it all, brother. Let the world drag it all away from you. Do I remind you of someone?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
You sure I got out of that one, Coppellini? Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams. Of course, you have questions, don't you? Come back later, Coppo.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins.
So, what do you think? Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first. I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
I agree.
His personality is no longer a part of the...
Totally dead. He is.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet.
The victim appears to have contained no more than...
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done. The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
どうするか。何増やそう。共感。共感か。今のところ目指したいのは共感ぐらいだ。共感あげるか。にあげといてやるか。
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, There's the question of cutting the airship strength material. Someone else?
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of the boots? Why don't they help?
No. Think of the boys from processing as murderers. Only instead of people, they murder crime scenes. Processing is a wrecking crew. They know how to commission off-IT. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. Climb up there and... there has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
Confirmed. It's unsafe. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
I'll blow his head off.
Take it! Take the shot!
Yeah, take the shot. Kuno wants some of that shit.
これだよな。3だから自分であんまやりたくないな。
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzleloader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
外したか。
Fucking idiot! Mookabat asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his...
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
落とせばいったか。自分で打つのもありだけどな。
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
8% ってさ。
I'll die before I squeal, pig! Stay away from me!
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the top. The pattern still kind of has an ethnic feel to it. For you to discover, someone who knows about history could tell you. Gone. The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical because white and a shameful way to treat a because Friesel, to your disappointment, there are after rifling the pages with your thumb, the magazine is divided into several sections.
今はいいや。自
The
分で
man
打つ時
before
の
you is naked.
Yes, we do. It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like, go ahead. I'm not stopping.
This is the sorriest pair of...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana pointer. Take it and shoot your...
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal.
The fuck are you waiting...
Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the air. The buckle comes into focus in your sights.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Do it! Set me free!
Don't.
Do it!
うわ、撃てるんだけど。
Intense shit, copper.
Fucker waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was pathetic!
Your field of the slow movement of the branch.
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now? Fuck!
The lieutenant takes the gun carefully.
Fucking pussy didn't shoot shit, did he? Didn't...
We need to go to the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have the tools, and they have men. I did not want us to be indebted to a man like Evrard Clare. I wanted...
You need to suck my dick! Why the f...
自分で打つ選択肢やってみたいな。
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of under...
Yes, we do.
手先上げるか。上げられるものは経験値稼いでくるしかないか。稼ぐか。
All around you, rain falls on... The spring thaw must be looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hat.
広。
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Humid, your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers. Sheets of rain over the water. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise in urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs. Coal City, end of all line. The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial... Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring. The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down. Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers. La Drusienne, King Dries passenger harbor. Cruise ships flanked by Couron, the lower middle class. Distribute a silvery curtain of rain over the house. You have never been there. They don't need the law east of the river. Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war. The morning news. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a dead man. A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, the road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar.
Have a brother in the cut. Where the wood at?
To be in Martinez, where no one goes. at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part, standing in the rain, looking north, in the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes. Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain...
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
空見上げて経験値が手に入る。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Sir, officer. What's the number? And the got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hope.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isoleri law enforcement.
No. And I doubt they'll get back to me before tomorrow morning.
Hi.
Anything else? 57th. Oh.
In the cabin, you see a...
明日ね。食うのは教官が上がんないと無理で、教官より先に手先上げて銃撃てるようにしたいな。
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oil.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike.
そういうゲームじゃないと思うよ。
All around clusterfuck.
まあでも出てくるかもしんないな。そのうちなんか地下の方になんかいるかもしんない。
Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long haul limbo for days upon days upon days upon days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and...
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative streak. Or he just likes unusual words. Or both.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need? He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries. And nothing. I'm just messing with you, man. Don't mind my idle verbosity. Nope. Don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse.
Yup. Nothing wrong with that statement. Your senses are...
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Rebishaw's weird. Oh, high-grade narco.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be...
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
役立つ回数で言ったら知性系の技能はやっぱ多いな。
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't...
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up. making demands, no way in or out. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient,
やばいやばいや
the
ばい。
better.
また。
When one's ended, you can get on to the next one.
よくこんな考えが頭によぎる中、手に持ってる、なんだっけ、精神向上薬我慢できるな。
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior. Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
個人の問題か。まあ今は無理か。共感は結構やっぱ会話で使う場面多いな。
I'm okay, man. Just the jams got me down. The fumes, the chemical rainbows, the tarpaulin stretched on the frames, and the dull.
Maybe the full-on direct approach wasn't correct. Damn, it's tricky business.
ああ、そういえば、そういう対人関係の能力はちょっと低劣なんだった。
Don't be a stranger.
鍵がもらえるはずなんだけど、組合の誰かから。
Welcome to Rivachol.
レイシストのトラック運転手。
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
熱いね。
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave.
Silence. The air between them becomes... Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
どうする？
I haven't learned anything.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Whatever you say, officers.
He smells of heavy motor oils and his breath of high tar content cigarettes. Probably Astra Whites.
ちょっとなんか、レイシストっぽいやつに、毎回そのマグカップ見せんの。差別的マグカップ。捨ててこいよ、そんなの。
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races.
法律中は紙コップ。
Not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
紙コップ洗ってそう。
物持ちがいいな。あんた、なにこの選択肢。
I'm not the only one. Look, I've read books. The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that. So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate
そういう選択肢が出てきてもおかしくないゲーム。
for resources. This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn kits are showing up good lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the
Cultural victory? What is this then?
It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any? It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you don't push your luck. Run.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The vows are blurred and lower intestine. The fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachot's problems? Yes, them. Women. Women. Men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to
や
be
ばい。
scrubbed off
自分の中にももうちょっと、もう、かなりやばいのが。
to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that women stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times. Okay, yes, let's call it that. That sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your... It is one of betrayal.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to... Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but... the strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. Apples?
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had some...
Look, as detective. I come from... Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking...
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter. Had a royal license and everything. Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep into history our sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck him up.
No. He's got a smoke right there in his fucking hand. Snatch that shit out of his fat fingers. You need it after.
Can't have it. But that's too bad. It's all done for. What, officer? Sorry I couldn't be of any help.
完全に嫌われた。あんま今面倒ごと起こしたくねえ。
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask. What did he just call you? Oh no, not this again. You just got away from that fucking kid.
英語の講義思い出してきて辛くないかこのゲーム？
まあこのゲーム3年前にやってたらは頭がおかしくなってやろうね。曲の歌詞と同じ、曲の声と同じ、歌声と同じぐらいもう頭の中から滑っていくよ。あ、なんかいい感じになんか演技熱入ってるなみたいな。完全に意味は考えてない。ねこれ。
No, no, I said scab. A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
ちゃんと読まなきゃ。
なんとなくやっても進むようになってる気がする。
Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think. Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who? Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came
ク
begging,
リアする頃
maybe
に
they'd
は
have
ハリ
gotten
ポタ
some.
数冊分の読書。
まあそう全分岐の全選択肢選んだらそうなるんだろうけどさ、まあとりあえず一回やる分にはそこまでいかないだろう。
We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife? A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Polar weasel? Oh, I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's actually Occidental, though. So you're gonna be committing fratricide, my racist friend. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the wailing in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
He means he's not going to tell you cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Everard. Ask him about the Hardy Boys.
「これ肉体装置の分野なんだ。」
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you. We're negotiating our share. Aye. This stuff, they already covered. Never grateful. Were we ever grateful, we'd have nothing. You fight for every piece. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people or deporting them to a labor camp in southeast Grad.
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? The old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish. He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway, and moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. Then how can anything ever be mine? But that's okay. We don't have to agree. The prairie is wide enough for all of us. Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is it all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco, that of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. No. No. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could effort.
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men.
He's not lying about not doing it himself. He means a more violent...
Understood. This has been of limited use.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
イーブラートの手先になるか。そう、これを手に入れたからあいつと話せるはずだ。セーブしとこう。
The unpromising race pupil returns. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. And you pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He is usually more himself. The hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union alone. And I do this out of race heroism. Finance is an alien concept. Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman. Fine. They have recently fallen under the influence of a possibly sexually perverted female vagrant and a narcotics peddler. Find out for yourself.
Interesting.
And... Look, babe. The minion of law is also a racist, but
So unadvanced.
the basic race education he received in high school has led him to think his phylum outsold others. You could have used this opportunity to overcome your narrow al-Ghul that take solace from the fact that these thoughts will never entirely leave your brain. They will be with you on the day you die.
Damn, Jean.
Was there an out of this for you with success? Or was the rhetoric game?
うまくやる方法あったのかな。まあ、とりあえず銃撃てるようになりたい。経験値が稼げればそれでいい。
Bastards! We have a right to work! Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work! Right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned thread.
Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups. You're essentially still work. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the right to work! Right to work! Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed. We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some
筋肉に
serious
反応した。
abs underneath his tight fitting. There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls held up by a belt. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked.
どいつもこいつも一
Guards
癖ある
blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Yeah? That giant up there on the bridge you talked to. Head measurer. Won't let the workers by. The access panel is right behind him. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters. Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge. Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If Union fucks don't want work, they are.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the...
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
What's it to you? No. Don't think we've met before. I came to help out the people.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this fighter for jobs. He seems a more brutal, cunning, and suspicious person. Just a...
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Pretty okay as far as lies go.
演劇頑張ってる。どれだ。1か3だな。で、嘘をついてるのかって言ってこいつが今嘘だって言わないよな。
Uh-huh. It was a long time ago.
おっと。これで終わりかな。もうちょっと漁りたかった。
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia. The driver has adorned his space. A large metal pendant hangs from the... It is a seal of royalist air. The back end of the cabin has a small perch. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front...
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
He was acting tough before. This probably scared him a bit. Who knows when it will come in handy? A slightly scared, racist lorryman. A Stars Ryko, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages ever. An oldie, not many people outside of Grab. Bulky frame, heavy, hardy. Looks like, yes, built like a tractor, and used like one too in the Zhimsk countryside.
A Stash Ryko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue. The colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler. His banners were famously Zephyr and white. The colors of the Stars Ryko.
That's, well, yes, exactly it, more or less. Except they said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The Zhimsk community protested the trial, flying the colors. 5,000 came to protest.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
Is that so, officer? I'll take you at your word. People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that. 4 years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. They're sorry.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbor are already full. Prison.
Could it be another Stajrajko murder? Honestly, that just doesn't seem like the type of vehicle our dead guy would drive. So, yes, detective? You sure you're not Zhimsk?
Yes, you're sure you're not. Or if you are, it's only in that...
Looking for something odd?
The woman still has no response wherever this...
広。
めっちゃ頑張ってるじゃんけ。
そうだな。いや、面白くてさ、面白いかっていうか、どうわかんないんだよな。なんて言えばいいんだろう。先は気になる。やることが尽きない。
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small...
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Abort. These are hideous.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot. It's going to be very difficult.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
自己破壊のサングラス。
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts. And those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe.
成功した。
Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry. Giant, all right. But these actually make your vision worse. It's like literally being
Wow, officer. You look so cool. And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. My regular customers have passed them all up.
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a thorough examination.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
内陸帝国上がるのか。でも近く下がるのはもう美味しくないな。金使うほどじゃない。
There are clothes inside.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco. Look around, officer. You see, is this really the economy we want to leave to our children? Too bad, officer. Kids make it all worthwhile. Without kids, who's going to be around to
一つの
enjoy
会話
the
でこんな
economy?
に作り込まれてるのか。
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends
しか
that
も
make
なん
your
か
body
選
itch
択肢
and
で
sweat in all the wrong places.
めちゃくちゃ増えてるっぽいからな。スルーしようと思ったらいくらでもスルーできるぐらい細かいネタが。
The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. This jacket is the apex of human evolution. The moment at which man became weatherproof. Practical, and yet it may deaden your senses to...
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
まあいらんな。
You see two lowly, defeated speakers. Thralls. Slaves, basically.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
A pair of Faun Ultras. The design is impossible.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found.
Only? That's madness. Faun Ultra. We're the future. You remember the slogan from some
ああ
magazine?
まあ弱くはないな。弱くは百科事典マイナス1でこんだけトレンだった。
These once respectable speakers
高いから買えんけど。
reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable Faun Ultras. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, Solidarity aid from the...
No, no, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. These, officer? These speakers are some...
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best. Well, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneaker. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe
Speaker がついてくるようになったぞ。
50 cents?
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first.
まあ買えないんですけどね。
You see a Samaran street vendor. The name Sileng is...
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay,
とんでもねえ冷やかし。
gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging
いや
at the
ー、
textiles
今晩
hanging around the stand.
お泊まりするに
Some
は
distance away, the sound of a
20取っとかないといけなく
tin
て。
can across the street can be heard.
実質自由に使えるのは8。
You're
まあ
very
9
cool.
か。
Bang, 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 bang. Oh, yes. You got style. You like premium menswear. Look around.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
金を渡すように説得できるぞ。
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers. Oh, good joke, officer. Here we don't have permits, just economic freedom. Take a look around.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, this crime...
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
Yeah, that's the main thing about you. Freedom is great. No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's...
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. What do you think? Shake things up? Anything for you. You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook?
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears. A moral hassle.
No problem here, officer. I get all this from one of...
Wait. Humanix. Humanitarian aid.
What?
A convincing performance. Bravo.
Look, officer. I'm just a retailer. You'd have to talk to my supplier if you got questions about the supply chain. That's how the game works.
Interesting.
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about...
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Iso. Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism, but the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left. If you say so, officer, I don't worry too much about politics. I'm an entrepreneur, you know? Whatever's good for business is good for me.
58%でお金を渡すように説得できるけど、やるか。
Start with a little compliment.
66! こんなところで
This is about business. Remember.
何がどうあっても成功すりゃついちゃったよ。これ、他のところで弾きたかった。
Oh, okay. An investment? What kind of investment?
2か3だな。
You drive a hard bargain.
安っ。
I respect that.
まあでも今でも10あれば。
Okay. What's it going to cost me? Be reasonable.
いやでもここはふっかけてみるからさ、10ぐらいやったらまあ、そうだな、ちょっと、やるか。
Officer, do I look like a drug lord? I don't have that kind of money.
10か66引いて。
Sounds like a fair deal all around.
Corruption.
汚職だ。
It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window describing things going by. He doesn't like it too much, but what do you do?
はい、これで何分かけたかわからんが、うさんくさいおっさんから10円巻き上げましたと。そして何も買わないと俺は。まったくやめらんねえな、刑事ってのは。
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Go to milk a butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to... It's an acquired taste. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle.
何やってんの？え？
These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags. Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour.
屋根渡ってんだけど。
The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently, within the past 72 hours. Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast. There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22. It's about the right size, and the tire marks. The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers, very sturdy but light motor carriage. More like the Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions, which you'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your...
Any theories about what happened here? What kind of car do you think it was? That's quite likely, from what I can tell. We're not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
Somewhere in the depths of your alcohol-addled soul, you find a few threads that you can weave into a story.
The tip-top tourney champion?
The lieutenant patiently listens to the words coming from your mouth.
Jumping canals at night? If I was Jacob Irv, I wouldn't drive in Martinez. The roads are awful. In conclusion, it's a colorful theory, but I don't believe Jacob Irv did this. Should we go? If we must.
なんか変なタスクが増えたぞ。殺人事件の捜査中ってのにクソどうでもいい。
The worn and beaten wooden
We can sit on benches.
You can revisit the bench if you ever.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
ためらわずに今日。でも92% できんだけど。うおー、行動。
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter. You'll make it work. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it. Probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be... Already, your muscles are adjusting to the weight. The nervous system calibrating until you and the ball have merged into a single. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades, an embodiment of pure motion. A fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency.
こんな道端の遊戯で。
Behold the fear and confusion reflecting in the eyes of the two feeble geezers. They are in awe of your superiority. You are a god to them.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters. Probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What the hell is your problem?
ああ、確率にまんまと引き寄せられてしまった。
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game.
A man his age getting worked up like that? Better watch that blood pressure.
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play petanque with 5 bull. Well, it damn well isn't. It's petanque. You ruined a petanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull. Good. Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs.
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
鉄球俺撃った気がするな。
Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight. Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. It's a private matter.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid...
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business.
It's his heart.
はい球力。結構なんか肉体技能で相手の状態を把握することがあるんだよ。
No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday.
まあ荒事だけに使うんだったら出番が少なすぎるから。
It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue.
Look, officers, the container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René. Monsieur Claire at...
The possibility of someone being in there is a...
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers pension of honor and PTSD isn't something
厄介なだけじゃない。本当に労働者のための人間。
reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Can we conclude the topic of my guard, boss, now? She is nobody.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp. Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have in Martinez. The union is the law. Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary...
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. But you must agree that nature, in her infinite wisdom, has made men more fit to perform certain, more challenging tasks. Don't you, officer? No reason to even feel bad about that. It's just the way of the animal kingdom.
話し合わせたらさ、さっきやらかしたこと、なかったことにしてくんないかな。
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. No. It was left by heavy artillery fire. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't so, and we lacked caliber.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Damn right, son. They light the fire of hell on the city before they storm.
He approves of this radical approach, knows it was necessary.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union such...
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specifics.
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling, I would have preferred if the right honorable King Guillaume... Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything. Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
A true king in both blood and mind. Let Revachol be...
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the Filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. It's a Belle McGrave, 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon, then aims it at the sea.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten water. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The
じゃあ
ammunition
さっ
is
さと売っ払
impossible
っていい
to
っ
find.
てことだな。
Ah, yes.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never under. Revachol would be a different place if more people realize that.
Don't get started on that again.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates.
Right.
All you observe is a veteran refused.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiner
ああ、でも
in
惜しかっ
service
た。
of Frisel the First, Guillaume le Lion.
Don't you mean Fris?
You do not speak his name, Craven. Although
There's something you missed. You'll get to it. Don't worry.
ダクソさんのイベント行ってくる。
頑張って。今からまあ、そうか、今はそういう時間。俺がゲームやりすぎてて、時間感覚が狂っただけだ。頑張ってこい。今から、でも、今からっていうゲームだな。未だにっていうゲーム。
今日大書庫ですよ。
大書庫か。まあ、いいエリアだとは思うけどね。エルデンリングで大書庫超えてるエリアあるかって言ったら困っちゃうけど。いや、まあいいエリアだよな。まあ、未だに遊びたいのもわかるわ。
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
What with? My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friend?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... I don't really need to know where my husband is. No. Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband. No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing, sir.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance.
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine. They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeated?
Did someone say party? You could use a party. Hunt it down.
A killer party? What is it with you and pulp staples? My god. Please, no. I don't mean to dis...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
I don't even have a cock.
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
Great. Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The store is open.
人に選んでたらタスク発生した。
Her hands move over the book. Another comrade. Years of labor are pressing down on her shoulders. She deserves a hug for all the work she's done for mankind.
頭おか
You
しい。
step in and close your arms around this foreign body.
What is happening?
She seems to be confused. Your hands are wrapped around her polyester coat. The situation is oddly intimate. Your cheek is pressed against her
What are you doing, officer? Fighting for it how? Oh. I guess it's better than nothing. Keep fighting on, my fellow comrade. Is there anything else I can help you with?
The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
許されたぞ。よかったな。コカトゥ探す？探してやるか。コカトゥ知らない。
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biography. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Shelves full of biographies of famous people.
これかな。
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
盗める。
Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have... You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage. You're cool. A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out.
Oh, a nature enthusiast. Good.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest, found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fus. This book talks about the delicate nature of toos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility, as it is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to... Ouch. That must hurt. Not great for the neighbors. Performing? Yes, birdie. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered mate, in the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier. Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all Seminoles forests as well. Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? You're right. You're the mediocrity embodied. This unsung bird belongs on your heraldry.
どうでもよさぎる。経験値はもらえたけど。あの地下にやり残したことありそうなんだよ。
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog.
やれる。装備も整えれば多分いけるだろう。肉体装置。
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
失敗した。
ダクソさんのイベントやってますよ。
いや、俺
You
あのゲー
managed
ム
to
やるん
hoist
だ
it
っ
off
た
the
ら。
ground, but the barbell feels wobbly, and even your body has failed you. It's a miracle you didn't injure yourself.
Weightlifting was never my at the station gym, I mean. I prefer running.
ちょっと待って。
私の代わりに参加お願いします。
あのゲームやるんだったらエルデンリングやるよ。で、エルデンリングやるんだったらまだサンブレイクやるかな。人の配信とかない限り。これって確率同じ結果出たりすんのかな。
当たらんと思ってたから生産数少ないデジタルエディション当たったせいでクソさんできない。
あー、ディスク
Well,
版。
hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of light reflex of the thermal cup. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open.
よし。これでアルコールタスクを完了しつつ肉体の強化ができる。アルコールによって。
There's a satisfying pop as the cap comes off, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Nothing. Some mental stuff. Nothing to be worried about. A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach
アル
melts
チュー
from
が
it
ついに壊れた時みたいなこと言ってる。
So
で、
does
実
your
際
mind.
上がるんだし、
All
タ
the
スク
bad
完了す
things
る
are
んだわ。
melting.
経験値もらえるんだ
You're
わ。
A
一回はやっ
real
ときたかっ
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's an alcohol button.
た。ほら。
Alcohol gives +1 to physique skills. Physical instrument, half light, electrochemistry, endurance, pain threshold, and shivers. This is good before rolling a white check, but damages your morale. And remember,
From the void we came, and to the void we must return.
やれる。
これ後でプラスが多いほどデバフに
The
変わるイベ
barbell
ント来
waits
ますよ。
patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
あのね、なんか言われたわ。スキルの上げすぎるとなんか壁が話しかけてくるようになるとか言われたわ。説明で。やるぞ。はい、成功。
つまり啓蒙ですね。
まあ似たところはある。
Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up
18
in
いったぞ。
the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This is a children's game.
回復した。危な。
A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the...
Good technique.
だからなんだよ。酔っ払っちまったぞ。酔っ払っちゃったけど探索するから。この資料によると、これか。
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper.
I don't know.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker
今んと
box?
こどんな感じですか？神ゲーでしょうか？
神ゲーでしょうか。まあ普通に面白いゲームだね。オチまでやんないとやっぱわかんね
え。Really? You don't have a... Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory.
テリーボックスの近く。
The bear's eyes are dead.
これか？
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid. If you want to try again,
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory. From there,
9。
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. Only the black cable is plugged into the breaker box somewhere in the dark. A giant something close to you died.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows. An electric sizzle. The room is... This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water.
無理じゃね。もうやってみるか、やるだけ。うお、66。
Ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You see the pry bar's metal.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it. But this ice cream maker is... I have no idea, officer.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what's in this mysterious...
壊れたりはしてない。まあどっちにしろ今は無理と。
Yes?
もうちょっと探索してレベルあと1個ぐらい上げたいな。 れでなんか物を拾えるぞ。
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum. The metal feels cold and wet under a thick layer of graffito covers the lens. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water, you know this to be the star. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice.
Probably some kids.
ゴミ漁りができる。
This coin-operated viewer is why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such.
There was a revitalization project in 49. They got as far as the street lamps and that statue on the intersection before something went sour. I suspect it was Evrascler's doing. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes. We should have done something about the Union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
Your money disappears into the curtains on the display open. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet it looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out. Really? Yes? Yes?
イエスじゃない。
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have no clue. So many walls all over Martinez, weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Ah, こっち側から回ってこれたのか。
Are you trying to sneak up?
Logic error.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to.
If anything, you're afraid she'll take you out one day.
Then why are you sneaking up on me like? Trying to sneak up on me?
この辺りにネズミの家があるらしいが。取れない取れない取れない。よし。なんだ。トイレ行きたいんだけど。なんかありそうだからちょっと一回で飲み物取ってこよう。
It's been a week and now they show up?
can't get involved in this. So much for a quiet smoke. I knew I should have quit. Hey, what's that noise down there? It's been a week and now they show up? I can't get involved in this. So much for a quiet smoke. I knew I should have quit. Hey, what's that noise down there? It's been a week and now they show up? I can't get involved in this.
糖分補給。
So much for a quiet smoke. I knew I should have quit. Hey, what's that noise down there? It's been a week and now they show up?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got any. Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick.
By God, this young man has the body of a decathlete. His lithe form was practically made for vaulting over the high bar.
Occasionally. Why? No. I just like to look good.
He gives you a honeyed smile before shaking off the cigarette ash.
なんかシンプルに人気出そうなキャラ出てきたな。
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be...
We will remove the body as soon as possible.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
A downy blanket of white to cover up the miserable poverty of the scene.
You didn't answer the question.
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? How intriguing. He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, snow continues to... Someone hides behind a curtain. Those windows have eyes, and those eyes are watching, spying on you three.
こいつ、この技能いいアドバイスするんだよな。後で上げてやりたい。
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline
暗
eyes.
示が結構重要な場面で求められるんだよな。
Understanding. There's snow gathering on his hair and on his shoulders. A speckle of white against the purple that hangs loose on his slender frame.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
重要なスキルチェックだったな。
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments and the man can be in any of them. We'll just have to go in and see.
あ、この家っぽいの、多分。帽子はいいのつけてるからいらなくて、演劇する可能性がある。靴変えて。セーブはしときたい。酒。金。なるほど。
今日イベントですよ。
3回目それ。
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution.
9やば。何新生祭 FF?
Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
どっちにもしばらく行く予定はないかな。十分やった。ダークソウルはやったし、FF はまあ、今このゲーム手出してる時点で。
To symbolize also some social depth, the wreath of antlers represents a natural crown because white is the color of gone. Gone is the glory of hope, only the scribblings of impoverished students. You are the big communism builder. This door has been closed with a padlock. This door has been closed. No reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but deeply corroded. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
平均クリア時間派。
このゲームやばそうだよ。
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the...
After you, detective.
Who here?
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with...
The white star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. Whoever lives here definitely shares your... There aren't many communists around. Not after the...
鍵開け58%顔。
通ればよし。あ。ポシャ系。演劇か概念か。演劇割と十分取ってんだよ。でも演劇クソ有能なんだよ、正直。概念化もあるぐらい。でも演劇の5よりかは概念化。いや、演劇5にしたいな。6か。
どいつもこいつも炎劇。
まあ使い勝手が良くてそれなりにヘイト集めてないから。
You hear someone walking around. The walking stops abruptly. A poor communard from the looks of it.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant?
Let's go.
It's generally easier to do.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
This woman's health is failing her. There's not much to do. Not in this damp.
I'm fine. Fine. Now, what do you...
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways. If you can call it living. I have a little room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the cold room door. She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Ask away, policeman. People come and go. I don't keep an...
They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else.
No one lives there. It's been impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a... Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, all... Oh, that one is a scientist. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to... The symbol of what now?
共産主義に物申せるぞ。 配信画面には映ってないのがスチームのフレンドがオンラインになりました通知。
She mumbles some kind of a response.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio.
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those...
Thank you.
左上にでっか
We
い
should
黒
go
のり
check
だ
out his
ね。
apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
あれな。ブロードキャストの証な。いや、そのうちにプレステ4のニコニコ生放送できなくなるんじゃないかとか思ってるけど。未だにできんな。まあ、プレステ5変えてしまったらもうできなくなるわけだが。キャプボ買おうや。で、なんか増えたよな。
さよなら雪山。
キャプボ買わなきゃな。
You hear someone walking around inside. You hear someone walk.
Excuse me?
Scare them. Suspected of some big crime. You have plenty of reason to enter.
Oh, come on.
Well, that was easy.
That was smart.
Auto オートセーブ入った。何間接的な課税方法って。そんなもんないぞ。履いてみるか。履いてみりゃわかる。
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet? Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting your style, draping your flesh in silk and leather, deciding how to present your... Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these shoes has made you more liberal. They're either a gateway drug or a booster pack. Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way. A little. You make money. You got gills, baby. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. Can't say that. You shook him. You're in the sales business. Shake 'em, sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not? Are you rich? Get out of here. You're a pauper. You work harder than anyone. Almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's right. 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket. Stealing from you Our tax is almost non-existent in the Gossamer state. That is Revachol. You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. This tax that doesn't even have a 98% of all your money. What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples? It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates.
Oh. 共感マイナスに出るんだけど、これつけてる。解除しようとしてる間。今スロットがないんだよな。
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour. I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner, but that was months ago. Anyway, was there any— Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the— And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door—
So preppy. She's probably on some low-grade performance enhancers, like Peptide or Pericaine.
他人の役にも反応するよ。
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it?
音声の吹き替えだったら買うんだけどな。
He's gone. The money's gone.
そこまでやったらやばいね。この量。元の英語でも読み上げついてんのビビってんのに。それ吹き替えたらやばいね。セリフもやばいセリフばっかだしな。まあでもまあ。洋画とかそんなもんか。
右の文字見えねえんだわ。
うん。あれ、画質的には大丈夫だよ。だよな。
The sum must have been puny.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, these apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to— Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both. Of course.
薬。ほらよこせ。
What now? Of course.
すりました。薬を。さよなら。
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
決めセクについて。
まあ、自分の守備範囲じゃないかな。どうせファンタジーでやるんだったらいらなくね。
Yes. Well.
Your statements are too vague to comment on. What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
どれにも当てはまらないっていつも答えてる。
It's also about that, but it's also more. It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times. Incrementally. Yawn. You'd get there faster with a little speed. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually. Increment. The kingdom is difficult partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that it's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual. Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about... That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner.
基本的に受け入れた方が良さ
When
そう。
that real democracy kicks in, a long time...
まあ今はスロットがないんだが。どこだここってここか。
Hey, up here, Piggo. Yeah, you better keep walking.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance.
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a man-o'-war.
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlie. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That Ozon her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershot. Its moneyed residents used...
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Can't you tell? I'm painting a I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
代表と話した方がいいな。
This place is severely lacking in havoc. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced with we rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not... Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the...
She means the opposite.
I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go...
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a...
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. Watch your back.
やることが分岐すぎてる。やることが多い。決めてかかるか。決めてかかってもいいな。
Whoa. In your hand, Parolidon, the double rainbow of synthetic hallucinogens, rare and gritty, a product of the age of atomic power. What a funny little cat. Don't let the scary medical warnings throw you off. It's an inadequate antidote to radiation poisoning, but a potent antidote to... Oh, it's not gonna give you radiation poisoning, stupid. You need to lower the radiation levels, your stomach thinks. Slurp it. The container is warm to the touch. Or is that just the anticipation? You screw the lid open and look. A little slit on the side lets you just slurp it up. Like, what is he? Your mother? Is Kim your au pair? Slurp it. Slurp the morsel of danger. You suck a manly dose of the extremely chemical-smelling liquid into your mouth. There, it seeps into your tongue. When you swallow, it's already almost all gone. It tastes like many things, all melted into one conflagration in the back of your throat. As you look around, the world slowly exists as it did before. Only now, gentle flames lick at its edges, as though it were a photo burning. Not really. It's just a metaphor. This warmth, it makes you want to share your discovery with Kim.
報告するか。キ
I'm
ム。
happy for you.
His glasses turn golden as the fire reflects off. Just don't mix it with anything, he thinks, looking you over. Thankfully, wow, Kim's badass. Or, he's at it. Look at all these guys go off like fireworks as information pours into you. About the lieutenant's simple remark. Why not? This government-developed substance seems very non-intrusive. You could even operate heavy machinery. Fire machinery. Already you can tell you're going to be slurping a lot more Pyrrolidon if you can keep the vomit in. Because
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a Pyrrolidon button. It gives +1 to Psyche skills.
まあ、手軽なバフアイテムとしては便利だな。体力回復するか。精神は取っといてもいいな。
a striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group. Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is...
Okay, if you want to get technical, the point is we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another, especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because why what? Stop thinking. Take her down. Have it your way.
The boat? No. It is called Cor de Lady 19 because that's the type of sloop it is. It's a pleasure craft. A 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Officer, I assure you, I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but two insulindic regattas. Even finished once. The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
Actually, you don't. The Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license.
The Wayfarer Act is one of the few pieces of legislation governing human interaction it's one of the foundational laws in Revachol, designed to limit the authority of local institutions. It's a law that keeps Revachol what it is, in limbo.
I was just being polite. Even school children know the Wayfarer Act. No need to politicize this. You may still ask for the lady's passport.
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ostrich. The Republic of Vespa, formerly the Republic of Vespa Messina, was once a dual kingdom. An amicable parting of ways produced two constitutional monarchies. It is a stable country, and yet there has always been something ominous about its perfect stability. It's a place at the edge of the Mwindi Isola. The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you, face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads, Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Yes, but please don't call me that. Joyce is much more efficient.
She doesn't like it. Probably a bad memory. Mean girls at school or some ancient lover.
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain. Saint-Baptiste, LUM, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue. 20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and centuries of care, deliberation and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You know more than you let on.
Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, wild pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
万に一つもない。こいつとの会話で終わってもおかしくない。
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
いつまで話す気なんだこいつは。
No way.
雪降ってきてんだぞ。
She can make decisions.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Oh, so you've met him. Has he beguiled you with his inane theories?
My colleague has his peculiarities. Let's not go into this particular one just yet.
Of course. To each their own. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite...
This isn't the first time the union...
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including over...
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything,
こんなめっちゃ雪降ってる中な。
2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
いやでもあんまスキルチェック来ないんだよな。
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic, and now, people are getting lynched, I hear.
Excuse me, from whom did you...
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates, the one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Oh heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's... Have you seen him? Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
あの老人に対する態度はこれなんだよな。
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf, I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul. The point of the presentation is, these...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. we should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
あっちでイブリースに、なんだっけ、イブリースだっけ、組合のやつに本名を聞いてなかったら、ここで名乗ることもできなかったのか。
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events. 'Twas stolen by some artist, surely. Best to pin the blame on them. Everyone knows you can't trust artists. Everyone knows you can't trust artists. They're nearly as bad as clowns.
Ah, 演劇に従うか、正直に言うか、病気のことを。少し難しいよ。成功したことでちょっと由来だけど、正直に言うか。
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
She must have been suspecting something for a while.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
身分証持ってこいと。
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. I mean, favors for favors. A dirty alliance of some sort. Consider this. Perhaps she has been planning it all along. That you convince yourself into colluding with her. Perhaps she even knew beforehand of your affliction. A sudden pinch of paranoia comes over you.
うわぁ、72% まで上がった。やるか。このために俺は決めたんだ。暗示を上げるために。感覚に身を任せればいいじゃねえんだよ。ここで3に行くかね。あと1だったのに。畜生。
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
まずいかもしれん。
Officer. You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if...
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to just... The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret in Martinet. Or you can find your badge.
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands. Yes. Knowing this does not really change our position, however. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we're... What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time?
The situation might have changed.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with. This reality.
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
Ah, yes. The episode.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
めたいな。
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body...
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités...
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over...
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her, and to humanity at large.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call the great kind. History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ilm in the DeLorean century. 380 years. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people. In the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. Oh, we're quite a way off.
A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vapor.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom.
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete.
Was there something else you want?
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory... Might I suggest not asking them all right now?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
"見切りをつけろって言われた。まあ終わらんしな。
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? You have.
Finally, time to choose sides.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Verm-like corruption. Reaching in...
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. How could I stop you? Are we not human?
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say. Tell her she'll like you for it.
言っていいのか。
Oh.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
"切断しました."
"選択肢の幅が広すぎる。やばい。
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now.
Perhaps he is.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the... Why, if I may ask? Why make...
Yes, detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Very curious. A very curious...
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things.
What else? Of course, detective. Should something come... Until then, is there anything I can help you with? Of course, detective.
いやー。でも選択肢は多い方がいいよな。まあ念のためセーブはしとくか。
You're back. Good. It's quite straightforward.
Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran East.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, man. Do you mean to say the union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the union does not produce it. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local...
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are...
Her irises are light green, like...
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable. The
cold breath rushes in from the bay, making its way down the alleyways and potholed streets.
A lot of it. It comes in from large Samaran factories in South Safre.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up and...
Well, here's your chance, officers. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely... Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you. The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence...
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done. Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the 4th day to the Bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
あとはもうこれは捜査を進めた後の話か。手止めの表情を上げきるか。あれはミスれねえもんな。 上げ切ってもいい。でも共感が欲しい。ここまで上げたらいける気がするけど。
ハマってますね。
ハマってるかもね。とにかくやることが尽きないね。寄り道に寄り道が重なってる。まあ本筋は進んではいるんだろうけど。
Hello again, officers. Have you
組合もうさんくさいけど、あの女はだいぶ言ってることは信用できるんだよ。
Your nation has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line. Those arches acted as support for some. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Rest underwater, iron helmets have sunk deep into the sand and the mud. Helmets of soldiers and their finger bones too, and clavicles. Lit the waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. This is where the damage came from somewhere in the inlet. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What was a fleet? The combined armies of Occident and Grad. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on. Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned archers. They will reach the city.
The coalition. But that was a long time.
He fears the discussion might lead to disagreements, as it often does.
冷静なやつだ。
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are. Yeah, I can see that.
That smell coming from her paint bucket, red-dyed heavy fuel oil, is only used in government vehicles, or at least that's the idea.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock. You ain't seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo.
Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. In short, art is the highest form of human communication. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes. Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture, while extolling the virtues of only the most experimental kind. Such vigor. Already you express a sharp, descriptive mind, ready to slash through the empty and superficial in favor of the sublime. And quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street. You must also apprehend criminals of the printing press. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art.
変なのばっか頭によぎってるこいつ。 スロットがないから装備できないんですけど。キム入っちゃってるけど大丈夫これ。うん。再角か反応速度かって話。まあ、両方とも別に来たくはないな。どっちもいいわ。で、これで開かず。金。うおー、精神向上薬。また薬を見つけた。こんなところに。
Hello again, officers. Ooh, not only have you found my address...
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Yes, I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens. Does anyone in a city like this? It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do. They just might be rough stuff. If you take the right...
Her neurons must be on fire. The heat creating waves and ripples in all she sees. Above all, in her painting.
You really think I need to be high to see the world as art? Poor unimaginative...
To hell with the art part, man. It's all about the high anyway.
あ、薬がもらえるのはいいこと。いいことなのか。手軽なバフだし。
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the... A former architect stands before a slice of window. A room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building. Is red from the cold. She's breathing on her faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but it's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the wall. She had an eye for beauty.
おかんってレベルじゃないけど、想像力たくましすぎない？
What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here. Indeed.
Give me a moment.
バルコニーに出て。いや、やりたいこといっぱいあったんだけどな。外のネズミも探してみたかったし。そろそろ多分銃が当てられるから。死体も下ろしてやりたかったんだが。
This door is made of metal and appears to be number 28. This is where...
Let's see if anyone's home.
セーブしたい。
This door is number 20.
Let's see if
No one.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think we should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we are here.
Don't worry. It's mostly...
Tomorrow, 9 p.m.
明日か。
right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding... Remember, tomorrow, he's probably gone for today.
「違うから無理か」となるとここは一通り見たことになるんだ。さあこのネズミの話をやるかどうかっていう、ここは結構大事な気がするけどな。
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails, the royal lion, Guillaume's kitten. This knocker will last a lifetime and then some. The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. You knock silently.
I guess no one is in? Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself. Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about. I mind that the local thug is using the RCM for his busy work. But if this gets us to the bottom of this hanging, then I'm willing to look over it. On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrard we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it. Yes, presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there.
The door is right here. I don't know. You're a pretty good liar. Are you as good an infiltrator as you are a liar?
あー、ここで演劇生きんのか。嘘ついてみて。自分の限界に挑戦して。やるか、嘘。俺の演劇は今、6か。6って結構天才寄りだったよな。嘘ついてやろうか。ユーリス。さあ、じゃあ銃であいつを下ろしてやろう。ああ、そう。トラック運転手もどうのこうのがあるな。まずはこいつを下ろしてやりたい、俺は。
Fuck, does Kuno care?
ちょっと待て。なんかあげられるやつあるか。肉体じゃなかった気がするな。肉体ってここだろう。で、知性がここで、精神、運動能力だから変わんねえよ。やるか。このためにあげてきた。
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots.
Yes, we do. It's bad as it is. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you.
They only have. This is the sorriest. Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boyka.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light.
The fuck are you waiting for?
Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the air. The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least
72%。
Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the noon light as the corpse slowly rotates. The slow movement of the branch in the wind and your shoulders directing the gun sink up, dancing hypnotically.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces,
coming
loose with a whir. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Communism.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
Whatが必要って話したんだっけ？共感だっけ？ちょっとタスク確認しよう。あー、そうだ。嘘をつくんだ俺、これからは。秋を煽るのは。
By being a damn good shot. Ace is high.
The ace is high, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades during the revolution, is used to celebrate success in Revachol. The lieutenant takes a little hop to perform the customary salutation. Your palm hurts from the slap. It's precise and down to the point.
I knew these guys were
Kuno cracks with laughter. Sounds like someone strangling a sea.
I knew they suck each other off.
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me.
Slumped on the ground like that has not improved the way the corpse smells.
It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before... Yes, the 4 phases of a murder scene. I'm satisfied with that part. The trash container. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. This...
The fuck are they on? Cops are gonna cut his...
4 and final, transport of the coroner's case to the district morgue. I'll do that. God, it stinks. No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. From crime scene to autopsy to cleanup. Your station would not have assigned you the case otherwise. This case is important. I would suggest we interview Everett and Joyce, the leader of the union and the Wild Pines rep. But we've already done that, so it's up to you, detective. Take us where we need to be.
He trusts you have plenty of things in the task chain lined up.
死ぬほどあるよ。やるか、禁止。いやーでもやっぱレベル上げてそれで頑張る、そういうゲームか。
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world. You must have me confused with the Copperpedia. You, sir, you are the Copperpedia.
Unfortunately, no. Let's not go glove hunting, please. Let's use division of labor. I perform the anatomical side, while you take notes. That's right.
Grobe. Grobe はあんま見覚えないな。
The trash container stand. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong.
ここにあるわけもなく。グローブ持ってねえ。
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
Grobe グローブ持ってない。
Can I help you?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you the mention of mañana. Gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words. You see a heavy... Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
グローブっぽいグローブどこだよ。こう言ってたか。
The shine on these sunglasses. You keep coming back. That's
What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison. The boomboxes wait on the shelves.
Hello, hello. Traffic. I'm sorry, officer, but I don't. Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
He shakes his head, slowly.
Sure thing. Sure, man. Sure. Let me have a look. Oh, no. Photic paths. Counter-radiance network.
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are, but the tattoos on the man are not that.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time back.
Damn, that felt good. Your heart's pounding nicely. You should tell people to fuck off more often. That's the spirit. Never forget, the whole world's a wooden house. The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a... The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says...
No. You need tear to...
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a...
Is this about the questions again?
A colourful display...
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Here you go, mister.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles.
グローブが見つかりそうにないってことがあった。待て。
The rotting man, the lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Huh? You're misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed me.
You really need to learn the difference, buddy. This is embarrassing.
Come back later, Corpo.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing.
Okay, so you can sneak out of your room maybe. After he's gone, the dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just like...
KK57.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date, 0803, and time. That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
And what would that make the
HDB 41. 08, let's say 1300. A good time to start drinking.
事件に全く関係ない。
10:15. It's understated.
演劇かな。
Good. Let's go with that. NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side. He nods.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Muindi. This is as vague as it. The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Fucky, fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable.
We're still going with March 4th. What else? 9. Body.
HDB 41. 0803.
None. At least not after the initial examination. Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem. They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair. Her silhouette bull-like. The building is tall, 7 stories wind-wrapped in solitude. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thick
clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else. Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a national pattern. It reaches from the right shoulder. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings. To be added to the case file, the deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color, yellow. Length, 3 meters. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
His hair feels wet, soaked with rain, cold to touch. Not that different from a living person after a swim. The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking. More hair sticks to your hand. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. More hair sticks to your hand.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Talking shit about Kuno.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with ligature mark. The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to...
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters. The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below.
See, my pig is
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the yeast. After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow. Snap! The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and
the rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from one. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia...
No! It's gonna happen, see!
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging. You should touch it. Doesn't feel like anything.
My pig's so fucking ill right now.
Oh, your pig's pretty sick, I gotta say.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are old combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades. Dispersal and accumulation.
Last item, hands.
The hand is surprisingly heavy to lift, filled with decay liquids.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling. I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. On it. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer. Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury-related. Eyes and tongue protuberant.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh.
Yeah, Jack, that
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep anything in. You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. Or
hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary, NA. Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gallbladder and bile duct. Nothing in your alcohol-soaked memory.
Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology and serology, and unless you have untapped
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
No. Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine.
Brimming with cocaine.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too. Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early...
At maximum...
has confessed to causing it at max...
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones...
Right. Next. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
That's it. We have established cause of death. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. Well, we established probable cause of... We also requested a toxicological screening. But we were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
Now, you see, that worries me. You will die if you drink. You know that, don't you? You are proving a useful detective. I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to for processing.
I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Okay. I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can take care of the rest.
グローブが手に入ったら自分でやりたかったな。まあ、素手でやるっていうこともできたけど、さっきの作業素手でやったらやべえしな。まあ、見つけられなかったか場所を覚えてなかった俺はあれ。そして雷がやばい。
There go those beautiful enamel boots. May they rest in processing.
Continue working here. The locals, the case, or attend to your own business?
This means Lieutenant Kisuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. If you have nothing to do, read books or sit on the bench on the plaza.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind? Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious crap.
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms and I'm gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly.
A rhymesmith. This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence. And working on these rhymes clearly leads to muscular atrophy. Make sure you don't get hooked on poetry.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of...
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire. Your best verse? You don't even have a bad verse in here. Just tumbleweed and liquor stains. Wait, no. What are you doing?
That's brutal, man.
83%外した衝撃で思わず押しちまったよ。ロードよ。
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind? Ah, man. Me and... But those days are behind me. There are... Hey, man, that's serious...
Entrapment is a practice...
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any... Gotta guard the stuff.
A rhymes working on the...
Look, man.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire. Wait. There's something here. Stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
Whoa. What else?
手を染めてしまったロードに。まあいいけど。
Silent communion. That's good. Dang. That's some great shit. You came up with that yourself.
Or did you learn it in school? More importantly, who can prove if you did? Go with it. You deserve some acclaim.
Fucking A. Seems I got you all wrong. It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. The others here, I get you. When they really click.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Ah, man. But those days are... Hey, man.
Entrapment.
Then what's your deal here? Not me, man. No way. I don't need it. Look, man.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
報告にも行かなきゃいけないんだよ。
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to... Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local... They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage. Racial economic sabotage.
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds.
I don't know shit. If I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little...
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. That's the one. His tribe are natural liar. Is your man alright? 100%. He's a lorry man selling his employer stuff. Broke the seal. Guess so.
こいつ怪しいよな。
A lorry stuck in the traffic. The windows are... The woman still has...
Where am I? Who are you? Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution. Until you came along, that is. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you. His head...
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her...
Someone was. They are someone's memory. They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, while you, people, were...
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole. Of course not.
The Boyadera, Boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her. Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Margaret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. You have to understand, a true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. What do you mean? Yes? What about it? Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best. Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares in
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas du Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly. You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously.
a correct appraisal. You're quite sure.
Is that all you woke me up to say? Diamonds? Of course not. But with whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the car.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Oh, it's so much more than a...
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick in the dark.
Then it's contraband, Lowman. What?
Bad hand. Hermenegildos's bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say?
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary. No drugs can compare. Yes, there is a protagonista.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. I don't like the sound of any of that. Sounds like a horrible drug.
If you don't know,
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
who the fuck is Irad? Ah, and what do I care about the union boss? He's no Gabriel. He's no Franco Negro. He's not even Hermenegildo the Hound. Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad? No, Lowman, Diamond.
Damn this. Make her answer.
Easy. It's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should... I would never make fun of a real Lowman, Sheriff. Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen, or I can just relax and let my mind... Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get...
有益な情報がない。怪しいのは悪役にされそうなのはレイシスト野郎だけど。まあとりあえずちょっと待って。あいつに話を聞きに行って22時までにはイブリースに報告しに行きたいんだが。
The speakers below are banged up and worthless.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, Drugs are excellent! Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses.
That's even cooler. You investigating that and all?
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. No, I just said I work harder and...
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity. No! That's insane! It's the fat hater. He's been eyeing me for a week. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb crowd, you know.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. There's more here. He's afraid of this crowd, whoever they are, more than he is of the racist lorry man.
Okay, look. There's bad people here doing bad things. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've been in Revachol for 15 years, working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
I don't know. Maybe.
He's not ruling her out.
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. I don't know. I'm not local. I don't know anything about that. All right. Very cool. Let's cap this off with a purchase.
複雑なんだけど話が。
Make way for the master poet. I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. I didn't, man. I told you I was...
It's true. We would of course a lie. But, emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he did...
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady... A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this den. A youngish woman. Gruff. Blue and violet. Died.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, that's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind. The way it worked.
The pain it was causing her.
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay?
He's right. There are. The gray-haired woman. Maybe she. Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son.
You're not gonna put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you?
I wouldn't be so sure, Tommy.
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who
こい
can
つのこと
sleep at
嫌
night.
いじゃないな。
A little fame wouldn't hurt too. Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pay.
ある程度見切りはつけないといけない。
Looking for something, Aunt? Come to tell me to fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another honest lorryman's job. Listen up, fuckwit. You don't scare me. You cubs don't run Rivachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run shit. I ain't saying nothing.
Isn't saying nothing saying something? Or did I just blow your mind?
I'm not in trouble right now, and I don't have to tell you a single thing. Now, fuck off. I don't know what you're talking about.
The man bites his lip and drops the near-finished.
こいつから聞ける気がしねえ。荒っぽいことやってみるか。
Looking for something, Aunt? Come to. I don't know what you're talking. He did something. Listen up, fuckwit. You don't scare me. You cubs don't run Rivachol West. You're all bark and no bite. The real dogs are up in Jamrock. Everyone knows that. What? Here on the street? You won't? Now fuck off.
今日クリアるんじゃ。
I don't know what you're talking about.
いやーまあこっからどう転ぶかは。いやーでも無理だろ。いや無理だ。どれぐらいかかるかもわかんねえ。
Listen up, fuckwit. You don't scare me. You cubs do. You're all bark and no bite. No, I'm not. I'm not coming anywhere. And you're not taking me there. Nah.
無理だな。あと1時間。
The woman is still hunched.
Huh? What is it? What do you want? Did you just call me a lady, Jerife?
The woman's
I'm a lady like you are Gabriel Buenguerro. Only in dreams. I'm only terrifying to small children.
Yeah, it's not her. Believe me.
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with it because they can no longer recognize? Oh, Sim.
「しょうがない。もう手がかりがないし、あいつに尋問するしかない。」
Make way for the master poet. What? But I told you she's my friend. Please don't make... I thought you were a different kind of cop. Here. Lori's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know. Last Friday. No, I don't know. She left them to me because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way.
The other drivers would have to break in there to get the machines moving, and they would find what's hidden inside.
I bet you are. Nah, I need to think my own thoughts now. Pray forgiveness.
Hi, Sony.
A lorry stuck in the track. This screen found A to Z. This is the one the man pointed to. The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of the seat and two steering levers. The door is locked. The handle looks shiny. You push the key into the lock and the smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie. These are movie posters. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with the remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. The actress is draped in a sheath dress. Wait, doesn't she? Resembles. This is Tijon, a starlet. She wasted away in a drug den called The Door to the River, not far from here on Boogie Street. The actresses and the rear actor all smiley. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. The peculiar frequency tableau indicates that at least 128 stations unclear. For contacting an entire fleet of lorries, for example, not without the dial key, no. The ghostly actresses and the rusty tool. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. See, but one odd detail. Sandpaper adds extra grip, matching one of the footprints found from the crime scene, which means that the missing lady driver looks like it, yes. You've identified the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys had anything to do with the drug trade? You should probably still talk to them, see what they've got to say for themselves. The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front, and a metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's an issue of Petty. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe the pull-out tool slides back into it and close the rusty old lorry door.
カツなんだがスケジュールが
I've got nothing to say to you.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again.
Good one, Ty.
About fucking time. Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how. That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically.
Yeah, man. Theoretically,
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course. Thank you. Theoretically.
Titus, I'm amazed. Where is the same professionalism when it...
I don't know, Lizzie. I guess theoretical things don't make me emotional. Now, my answer is... fuck.
And here we go.
I know! Fatty walked on all fours. Go fuck your mom, then.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all fours. Anything else you need to know?
経験値はもらえた。
I've got nothing to say to you.
こっからダッシュは間に合うだろうまだ。
This is the night watchman's booth. The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat. Stale air floods through your nostrils. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheet. You take the painkillers. They are... oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia? Mini strokes? Profit? Maybe this was a bad... You stand and exit the booth.
一通り見た。決めてかかるかあいつには。
あれキムどこ行ったん？
今死体を見分し終わったから。
I know you're probably a busy man being an important police
なんだ。
officer and all, and personally, I think the more people keeping the peace, the better.
まあどっかに渡しに行ってるわけよ。こいつは厄介だからキメが欲しいっちゃ欲しいけど。
キムおらんと不安やな。
そうっすね。演劇は必要になる。嘘つかなきゃいけないからネズミの仕事やってきたって。
ただの酔っ払いのおっさんやからな。
パンツ脱いでもいいな。才覚いるかもしれない。あ、こんなもんか。で、知性 と精神を上げられる。あれ決まんないんだけど、使った後とか。
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Get a load of this rock and roll cop hair, people. John, the lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's off. In repercussions, there's a high risk of glory. With it will help you concentrate a bit. That much is true. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button. Cigarettes gives +1 to intellect skills. Logic, rhetoric, conceptualization, visual calculus,
9までやったら
encyclopedia,
いらんだろ
and
さすがに。
drama. This is good before a white check, but damages your health.
平成か最下か欲しいの。平成もらうか。暗示便利なんだよな、結構。いやでも平成やるか。これでまあ十分だろう。本当に使えないの？使えないの？挑むか。
Mr. Dubois, every worker? That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today? What? Oh, how could I forget your little side project? Well done, Harry. Well done. Don't even tell me what it was.
So do I. That's one tasty brew. You should drink some right now, if you can.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind... We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you find your lost gun. I'm not a jealous guy. It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told her everything we've talked about, it's absolutely fine. If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to...
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. Well, honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
It's hard to say if he really lost his temper, or if this is another one of his tricks.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your. Tell her about all of it.
こいつに嘘つくの俺今から。
My singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny Fat guy.
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy.
うわ、演劇もなんかひよってんだけど、これ。
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what?
And gets over it in 2 seconds. Seems like it didn't really hurt him.
I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Are you shitting me, Harry? Did you not really open the door and are now just telling me you did? You're a wild one, Harry.
97% まで上がったわ。演技9まで上げたし、決めてるから。さあ、こいつに通じるのか。
Good. Now take it a bit further. Take it home.
I bet it was, Harry. But seriously, what did you see in his apartment?
A guy who has antagonized the Union in a Union-run town. Maybe it's political.
.どれも魅力的に見えねえ。
That's exactly what I thought, Harry. What a weasel. And for the record, I was only curious, not testing you.
He was testing you. You succeeded.
Thank
you, Harry. You have shown me that the Barders Union and the Citizens Militia can indeed work together. Now, let's cut down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
何あげる日視力上げてもいいな。でも暗示なんだかんだ便利なんだよな。それか、これのスロット開けるか。開けてもいいな。
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries. A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical and so is the village, but the mercs and their Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office, but enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think one of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees. Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
An entire neighborhood of killers.
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base. There's a militant wing inside the Union, a group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making...
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you. Idealistic people who want to make sure that bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation. Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates. You said it, Harry. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial
残り10分で
elephant.
こいつの
Boys like that
お帰
don't
りする
just
時
happen
間な
to
ん
show
だ
up during strikes.
That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with hers. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members. Always working to advance their... Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative. Harry, they're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happens, work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you.
Separate one from the herd.
Oh, that would definitely be Fat Angus. His feet smell from a city block away, and he's always having noisy stomach troubles. Horrible, revolting guy. You would die, Harry. You would die, and in the process start a bloody and completely unnecessary war between the Debardairs Union and the Citizens' Militia. Angus, his ever-growling stomach, and his smelly feet are all part of the Union. You have as much right to arrest him as he has to arrest you. Actually less, because it's his home and his backyard. You are a guest here, Harry. Please remember that.
ここまで刑事の立場が弱いの。
Oh, Harry. This is getting real grim and there's no need for that. We are friends. But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
いらんな。さすがにそれだけは。
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found? Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta. I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs, and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it.
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff.
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're gonna build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up, and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people. Not pulling the rug from us. You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here, you need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the waterlock. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun. Most certainly. By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
取引の話はまだしない方がいいよ。
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great mod. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into. This is either an ominous or cool architect. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Once the construction starts, it will probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupant. Well, you could trick Everard. Get some random people to sign the document. By the time the union boss finds out, your business here will be already concluded.
また嘘つくのか。いいね。嘘大好き。嘘しかつかない。パンツは履こう。寒いから、きっと。多分今はもうあの会長もいないだろう。会長だったか代表だったかも。
A lorry abandoned by its owner. The smell of cigarettes enclosed the...
もうみんないなくなってるか。セーブ。
I've got nothing to say to you.
It's you again. What is it? Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy.
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Yeah, I heard him. The fuck do you think I'm doing here? Let me state this very clearly, Capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys. Hardy boys. How may we assist you?
But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
Again.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking...
今劇的に何が変わるわけでもないか。
I've got nothing to say to you.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
いなくなっちゃったね。
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
うーん、どうしよう。特にもうすることないんだよ。明日にするか。っていうか今日もうやめてもいいな。こんだけやったら、ああ、疲れた。なるほどじゃない。報告しに行って正門が閉まらないと、いやあっち側に渡れるようにならないと今そんなやることないな。まあとりあえずは今日はこんなもんだな。やったやった。とりあえずもう一回嘘ついたんだから、いくらでも嘘つきてえな、あいつには。嘘ばっかついて生きていきたい。じゃあ、お疲れ様でした。